Be right back. No. Get on the couch, buddy. Boy. Thank you. You're being crazy today. All right. Here. Can you try and calm it down a little bit? Let's bring it down a little bit. Here you go, buddy. Wait. Down. Down. You lay down. Lay down. 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 Wait. 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 Calvin, wait. Wait. I'm gonna put it on your nose, okay? Wait. 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 Calvin, wait. You almost got it. You almost got it. You almost got it. Wait. Keep waiting. Wait. No, no, no. Wait. Wait. Just like that. Just like that. Good boy. Just like that. Wait. 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 I know it's hard. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. Wait. 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 Okay. All right. Okay. Let's get started. So I am working on my daughter's
lessons, her curriculum, I guess, would be the way to put it. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. I'm a little blown out, but I'll take it. Oh my goodness, did you fall off the couch, buddy? Here. No. That's exciting news, Trish. Calvin, get over here. Calvin, come on, come on. Here, you want a din? Is that what you want? You want a din? Here, I'll get you a din. You want a din? Here you go. You ready? Here's your din. Here you go. Lay down. Under here. There's your din. There you go. There's your cool din to go in. Huh? There's your din. Yeah, yeah. There's your din. Oh, in Boise. Of course, it's always Boise. That's cool, though. Ah. Nick, how's it going? I'm watching a sad existence playing a multiplayer alone with bots he had to build on his own. Sounds like you're describing me. I'm literally playing a chat game where no one's chatting. But we're getting everything back in orders with our separation of the avatars from the game field. It's starting to play itself pretty well, though. Pretty much doing the same thing as you. Okay, so Hitball is working. And
have to play the attack animation, which nice. That's awesome, dude. So are you gonna stick with Godot then? Oh yeah, yeah. Just writing him is a pain. I can't even imagine debugging. Yeah.
It's progressing every time I get something where it looks like something. I go, great, now I can break it. So there's that. Do you think you're gonna start streaming again when that happens? When you start working on the game? I'll tell you, it can be a little distracting sometimes, you know? Uh, what are you playing? Uh, yeah, our temperatures are going up here. There are finally storms going across Europe. We had high temps for over a month now. Yeah. Yeah, there's no telling who even did it. I mean, frankly, these are the same guys. His troops were the same guys that the guy that was shot down. They shot down an airliner already a couple years back when Obama was president. Nobody even seemed to care. So it's possible they shot it down. Somebody in that regime or regiment or whatever you want to call it is trying to take power. You know. So yeah, which is unbelievable because it was when the whole thing was happening in Crimea or whatever, where they were taking that land, and that airliner was just shot down, and I was like, oh my God, we're gonna go to war with Russia. And then nothing happened. I was like, oh, okay, I guess there's no consequences for that. Alrighty. It was the other guys. It's just the guys we hire. It was just it would be like if the U.S., if, those guys that we hired in Iraq, the Blackwater guys, shot down or did something awful. And then being like, well, we didn't do it. Wasn't us. It's like, yeah, but you hire the guys. Isn't that your land now? Aren't you saying that's your land now? But you didn't do it? It's all right. Okay. All righty. All right, so we got the hit playing going. I'm not liking how it's going. Exactly. But it's just like piracy back in the days when there was you'd have countries give a license to be a pirate basically, and then deny everything and be like, well, we didn't do it. It wasn't us. How they pay us is out of our, like, they pay us for this license. We don't know how they're doing it. It's out of our hands. All right, so we're hitting the ball again. Yeah, that's how you do vacations. I don't know about you. That's how we do it in the States. That's how we do vacations in the States. All of us bring our tanks, our guns, rocket launchers and everything. No, it's embarrassing. The people that chew this stuff up, I don't know. If you don't break it, then all the yeah, exactly. I still need to set up a Chaos Monkey player that intentionally is like trying to issue wrong commands and break everything. All right, let's see which ones are firing on the walk and the runs. So Nick, how do you think I should handle skin tone? Because I do want people to be able to customize their skin tone, but it's hard to give people commands that'll allow them to change it. I was thinking hue, saturation, and value. So there would be, what is it? Hue, saturation, vibrancy. I can't remember. HSV. What's HSV? Let's see. But there's a lighter and darker, right? But then there's so much to this human like skin range. Oh, something like that. So people could be like bright green. Hex codes. HSV, herpes simplex virus. No, that's not what we want. Is it HVS? Color. HSV. Okay, so we have hue, saturation, value. So saturation, hue, and then value is lightness. People are really used to hex. Well, we are, us people. But again, think about the e-girl who's playing who has this. And you know what I mean? So we could have it where you can plug in a specific color. But if it's like, if we fix the saturation, then we eliminate a whole parameter. And then we're left with hue and lightness. So darker and lighter. Shade. Tone, tint. Hmm. See, I'm a big. I don't like. Again, skin tone is a huge range. Hey, what up? We're getting into issues. We're stepping into skin color. Totally not a controversial thing to implement in this chat thing. How do we describe the skin color? How do we let people assign the skin color? How is it described? Dear God. Interesting application of melanoma. Am I saying the skin cancer or am I saying the melanin? Interesting application of melanin here. Just it's so silly. The von Lucian's chromatic scale is a method of classifying skin color. It's named after its inventor. Racial. This is great. Very light. Celtic. European. This is. This is so stupid. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to use his scale. I had a feeling. Okay, so I need a way to describe increasing or decreasing. Okay. So we're looking at so we have saturation, lightness, and hue. Now, if we were to look at I got a feeling. I got a feeling. Let's go into a sprite. And where do we get a color picker from? Give me a color picker. Here we go. Here's a color picker. HSV. So if we look at something like saturation and then hue. So in our case, hue. So decrease and increase hue. Nice, Nick. Good job. How's it going? We're going to lose. So then we have saturation. Increase, decrease saturation. And then what do they call it in HSV? They call it value. We could call it lightness. Decrease, increase lightness. We could do it by, we could have a list of names for the skin tones. Look at all these wonderful genes that affect our skin tone. And then we take it and condense it into one word. You could also use the chat nickname color. Yeah, I mean, I think people prefer to see themselves like in the, you know, the irony of, here's the irony of this, and this is why I wanted to, here's one reason why I wanted to not even do this. I wanted to do animals, and I'm still thinking about doing like animals because, and it's not like I'm trying to change the world or anything, but there's some irony in that people can be jerks, and as soon as you represent yourself, you know, as this avatar on the screen, and it's human beings, and you know, it becomes a thing because we're dumbasses. So part of me is like, why, for me, for the characters that I'm making for this, because I got to make characters for this, right? Because it's not going to be these guys to start. I got to make my own, right? So this is going to go away eventually. This is just for testing. But I almost want to completely avoid all this and just go straight to like Animal Crossing kind of character looking things. Because then you have like all this room for, I want to be a dog, I want to be a whatever. But then you get into furries. We don't want the furries. You guys are like, why is this guy, why does he have all the, like, what is he even talking about this? Is it available? We're going to lose. What are you talking about? Sorry, I'm lost in my own train of thought. I like the idea of using it as an opportunity to teach people. And let's use the genetic makeup. And you have to know the genetic names. And you change the genetics. The color of the nickname? Yeah, I do use that for your shirt color in the chat system. So if you have a custom color set, then my system will grab that color and apply it to your character on the screen. Yeah, so that's already happening. But I think for like, that's sort of the problem with putting humans in this and then using that to represent their skin color. Like having all these purple and green. Like I had random colors being used initially, and it was chaos. You couldn't tell anything. Like it was actually really confusing to look at. So the minute I started grounding it in like skin tones, I basically had ChatGPT. I was like, okay, what is the range of human skin color represented in RGB? And I immediately, that didn't work right because RGB is red, green, and blue, right? It doesn't work for skin color very well as a depicting a range. So then I was like, okay, well, I want to be able to randomly pick a number between set values and get something that is on the spectrum of human skin tone. And I had to talk to it for like, it felt like forever. And finally I came across HSV and I was like, okay, so let's do that. Let's put it in HSV and see what we get. And then suddenly the random colors that it was generating were exactly, it was like, okay, this is right. It actually, it's great. It kind of made me appreciate the nuances of like skin color. It makes me, I don't know. It's really interesting. Yeah, and it works for our pigments, you know, because you are dealing you have saturation, so the hue is its own slider, right? And so that's like the hue alone is almost like the RGB, right? So then you're picking the set range of hue that's locked in, and then you're doing saturation and lightness, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, now I can pick a random number. It's great for the colors on web pages. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, if you want the secret sauce of how I'm doing it, it's right here. These are the ranges for HSV. So in the hue, it's 0 to 0.11, and saturation is 0.15 to 1. And then for lightness, you could say it's 0.5 to 1. Nice, dude. Congratulations. If I was here with you, we're fighting with the colors. I suggest HSV and spare you the trouble of chatting with ChatGPT. Seriously, it was a whole thing. We had a little conversation. It was a whole thing. But we got through it. And I still don't, I can't trust it to know that it's really anything. But I think that there's not really a science to this stuff because, unfortunately, it's always looked on as something else. And so it's really hard to know what the real spectrum of that stuff is. Like there's no anyways, so that's the formula I'm using for skin tone. So what I want to do is you say higher or lower for hue. You say, and then I guess we could set the chunky amounts that would do. And then you can say higher or lower saturation, and then higher or lower lightness. And then the thing I worry about with that with skin tone is that the chat gets spammed with people trying to constantly tweak those values to get it right, which is why part of me is like, well, if we just have a swatch that you can pick, like what could happen is you could have exclamation point skin tone. And if you just type that in, then the chatbot goes, oh, hey, I noticed you wanted to do something with skin tone. I don't know if there's a way to, in the chat, have the bot be like, here's your choices. Still needs to get reviewed by the main rendering team. Nice. Still, that'll be a proud moment, dude. That's great. Say, in your request, say Juan says it's okay. Can we fast track this? Juan says it's okay. And then search his tweets, search Juan's tweets for him just replying the word okay to somebody. And then include that. So when they click on it, it's just a reply to somebody that says okay. I know, I'm just One says it's fine. Don't, can you grab the nickname of the person that used the skin tone command? Yeah, I mean, we can do whispers, but whispers kind of break things if you're on mobile and stuff. I don't know. It's something I'm thinking about. It's just something that's rolling around in my head. It's like, how do we crack that nut? And do we even want to? Because part of me is, again, like I'm saying, use @. Okay. But I don't know if we can include, see, what I would like to do is, can you do like BB code or something in the chat in Godot? Because then what we could do is we could actually BB code the names of the skin values. No, I don't think so either. But if we could do something, some sort of a set the color, so set the names of the skin tones in the reply, show those values that you can pick just based on their names, and then the names themselves are colored the skin tone color. Let's see, Twitch chat. Used colored text in Twitch chat. Chat identity. So you can change your color. Of course it is. Huh? Well, can we do this with emotes? So let me go to Twitch and let's look at Paul Allen's taco. Manage stream. I don't know. It's give us money and we'll give you a few things to make you feel different. I don't know though. Try not to fall asleep, guys. It's one of those afternoons. That's unfortunate. Indeed. Okay, so that's fixed. Let's do some commits because we got quite a few things fixed here. All right, I'm going to go get some tea to try and stay awake. Oh, God. No, I think I'm just going to ignore the issue because a broader problem with this is I think if people want to customize their colors, we're just going to use whatever their Twitch color is. And we're going to do non-human characters so that we don't have to worry about this stuff. Thought we could do something like Animal Crossing characters. So something in that sort of chibi style furry place. Oh, about like, do we have them describe the skin color? Do we give it a name? Do we give it a region? All that stuff. It's just too much. And then the hex code thing, that we end up with lime green dudes everywhere. You know, somebody. So there's no aesthetic, right? But we'll do I was thinking something like this where you essentially pick you can pick what kind of animal you are, that kind of thing. That's my Animal Crossing. What was that? The Dreamcast one? That's my son does that. Because grandma plays Animal Crossing, and so he'll start just like randomly go. And he's copying Animal Crossing. I'm being a dork. So if we anthropomorphize, then maybe the most we need is like, okay, I know what we're gonna do when we get back. There's a YouTuber. He did something pretty cool for doing pixel animation. It's quite an undertaking, but for me, I have a recommendation of Bjork talking about her TV. Not sure what that's about. Trying to think of who it is. Yeah, this is the guy. Yeah. So we're going to check out this video. Only we're going to think about, and I'm not actually going to do this right now, but I am curious about this because it's really unique, and I think you could apply it not just in pixel. So if we were doing vector or something, I think something like this is possible. So when I return, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab some tea. You ready to go, handsome? Let's go. Good boy. See, this is your good boy. We want your good boy like this. Okay? Like this. Okay? back. Got some iced coffee. Some homemade iced coffee. Had some leftover coffee, threw it in the fridge. Poured it over the rocks. Cal. Buddy.
No.
There you go. Good boy. Good boy. That's a good boy. No. Ah. Ah.
All right. Well, this is a problem for future mats, but this is definitely something in the polish step. What I'm worried about is that this is actually a big undertaking to do something. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna use his approach. I mean, that's definitely like, because I don't think like an animator like that. So I almost think that what I want to do is go more of a Rayman Legends route, where we just do those the bones. But if we do something like that, making it so other people can make their own with the floating like digits and stuff. The thing about that is it would get confusing the more characters there were on the screen. Man, there's so much to consider. If we do something that's a like bones and a mesh, then we could make it real easy for the. Okay, what we do is we take away animation from. Okay, so. Let's do a pros con. Let's do a pros con. So. There's some way to do a table real easy, but I don't know what it is. So if we start out with sprite, like traditional sprite, can we do tables within tables? Okay, so we have a Sprite Pro, a Bone Pro, a Sprite Con, and a Bone Con. Bone Pro is single, no need to animate, no need to have artist animate anything. And when I say artist third party, I mean if a streamer is using this and they want to hire somebody to make art for the characters and stuff that are going to be on the screen, right? So if we do bones, then in theory, all we're having them change or provide like different versions of something is like, what do the heads look like? And what does the shirts look like? And what does the legs look like? And blah, 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 right? So easy BoneCon. No custom animations. So the same pro is almost a con. Sprite Pro is custom animations. Sprite Con. Difficult system for user on the back end. Okay. If we look at, if we were to look at just right now, like the stream avatars, custom sprites, right? And we look at, they got this creating avatars thing. For one, as the, if we use sprites, as the number of needed animation verbs increases, so does the amount of sprite work. It grows, right? So I don't want to say it, but I almost think that we could do both. So stream avatars really only offers idle, run, sit, stand, jump, and sleep. Those are the animations that you have. That's it. And you can build custom ones, but they are very limited in how they are implemented even for the streamer. And look at this, the system. You end up with a very complex system for dealing with this stuff. The problem with the bone system is it presumes, like, automatically something like this wouldn't even be possible. It presumes a humanoid looking thing. By the way, I wanted to get a sound effect redeem going here. Let me see if I can do it with Pixel Chat. Yeah. Or something else. Thanks for gonna lose. I don't know. Nick, if we do bones, how much do you know about that stuff? Because I got some questions. I use 3D ones. Yeah, because I'm wondering if oh god, don't tell me that, Nick. No, Nick. No, no, no. No. That's how I make my decisions now. Oh god, Nick. No. 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 What I'm wondering about is scale. Like if I animate something with bones and like a skeleton, and somebody wants characters that are chibi sized, but if I've animated for like regular human proportions, is there any way I can create like a slider or something to affect where the bones are and where the animations are firing and all of that stuff, right? Can I scale any of that? Can I have like a root version and then they have animation retargeting? Multiple scare but what is a character and where does that come from when you say something like that? No idea if it's in 2D or not. What would you search for in 3D for that? Do you have would it be weird if we talked on Discord? I understand if you can't, if you're not, if you, like, I don't know, is your sister still there and everything? Yeah, let me hit you up on there. I don't know if I have you as a friend. Are you in I don't think you're in the I'll just hop in on the Cricket Discord. I'll hop into the live stream audio. There we go. And let me move the audio onto there so it records for the stream.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Oh, dang, you sound good. How's it going?
Yeah, good. You sound even better.
let me lower the sound there. Okay, I think you're coming through pretty clear. Yeah. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty well. I took my cat to veterinarian today, and she had some issue, but it's slowly getting better. And she gave her some human pills, and my cat is high now, so she's pretty happy.
That's funny. So, yeah, I mean, so there's a bunch of issues with doing like skeletons and stuff like that in Godot right now.
Yeah, some of the issues, well, lots of the issues aren't like that big, but it depends. I'll find it on GitHub. I think they have a tracker or less. They usually have trackers these days for everything.
I mean, at least you can see what they're supposedly working on, you know?
I know, that's just a tracker when they, when there's a lot of issues, they just give it one name, and like, we'll drop all the, let's say, volumetric fog issues into this, so we at least know how many is there, okay?
Right.
It's not who's working on it. But there's IK modification stack 2D, but it has only 5 issues, so.
Okay. So I mean,
there's there's one example is like 2D inverse kinematics do not work when parent node has negative X scale. So as long as you don't have a negative X scale, it doesn't really touch you, right? Affect you.
Okay, that's interesting. The parent one, that's really interesting.
Issue, and then there's GitHub animation player tracker. The animation player also has apparently some inconsistencies. Okay, I'll say it like that. It is a couple issues. So depending what you use, I'll drop it in the chat on Twitch.
Okay.
Depending what you use, it might affect you, it might not.
And then animation retargeting. I'll check this out. So yeah, I mean, for me, it's like if I can do something to make myself different than just being another stream avatars, I do feel like doing something like this is a way to go, because it can be something where normally, you've got to pay an artist to do a ton of work to create a bunch of different characters and animations for each of those different characters. But if we set up Bones, then, or that idea, then it should be, well, just design the look of the character and then the system takes over for animating it. It's just that I don't know how easy it is to translate that into something where the end user can easily upload those into it and have everything sort of line up right and work the way it should without having to create a whole interface for them to mess around with.
Yeah, definitely. But I think this should be pretty simple, for the user at least, because once you set it up, then you only need to switch the sprites, right?
Right.
So if you have set everything up, you will need to set up the weight, like weight painting, similar in 2D. That's what you are watching right now or looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Inside. But once you have that set up, then it's more an issue of like users creating images. Like the only, that's, you'll probably have to figure out how to separate these individual parts, like sprite parts, right? Because what you are looking at, they use polygon, which they draw around, or I'm not sure if they edit functionally when it generates a polygon also automatically. I really have no idea in 2D this much. I've used it just once in Godot 3 or twice, I think, for some tests when we needed on Discord with some people. Like if you figure that part out, then it should be just switching sprites. And when it comes to different sizes, I think you can go with two options, right? One thing is that you can set these different sizes in advance. Like you can make a chibi skeleton, you can make like a regular human skeleton, and I don't know, like some oversized skeleton, and just give people options. Like you have these three options, and they can slap any sprites on top as they want. So this way you don't need to worry too much about like different scales and such. And the other one is to create like one with animation library, and then scale. Well, I guess if you scale it, then the animation should work anyway. Yeah, actually, if you have one skeleton and you just scale it, then animation player should just play it just fine, right? I don't think there's an issue.
Right.
But then again, I'm not really that sure about the 2D animation that much. Okay. In 3D, you could work around with it because we scale meshes all the time. So we used to have issues with scaling, but they changed how a lot of that works.
Okay.
Although if you scale anything with weights, that's going to completely break the skeleton in 3D. So I wonder what's going to happen in 2D.
That's a good question.
Yeah. But it breaks in Blender as well. So I don't think there's a Godot issue. It's just how it works. But yeah, in 2D, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, but it doesn't seem like the skeleton in 2D has that many issues on GitHub, and nothing that would be so major. Oh, it has 2 pages of issues. I don't know. Actually, it's not all skeleton 2D. Something on Android, so you don't need to worry about that. And that's for remote debugging. And that's last bone 2D in the chain will scale incorrectly. Okay. That could be an issue. Oh yeah, I think I remember this one from somewhere. But I don't think that will affect the result. I'll drop it to you in the chat again so you can check the issue. Oh, that's 4.2 def free. Oh, okay, that's a pretty new. Okay, that's a pretty new report. So we'll see what's going to happen there.
The last bone 2D in the chain will scale incorrectly. So if you're scaling, okay, that's so specific a bug.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
On the other hand, if you could probably give it like a dummy bone at the end
Right.
and leave it there because that's not going to have any effect. But it doesn't look like it has any effect. It doesn't look like it affects the sprites
Right.
in images, so I don't know how much of an issue this is. There is a specific case where the bone length will be more than expected. The main logic is to use the lower value from scale, blah, 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 blah. This can,
Yeah, I like.
this can
I,
easily be viewed.
I like
Mhm,
the
yeah.
idea that it's just like okay, you want different heads and arms and stuff like that. Just like upload those, and then they're there, and they'll just apply. I like how simple that could be, but yeah, I do see the biggest problem of matching. It's almost like what it would need to be is, maybe there are different scales that they can pick from, and essentially I give like an animation template where you open it up in Photoshop or whatever, or any editor, and it's just like, okay, this is the arm template, this is the leg template, whatever, and it has, do the multiple layer thing in Photoshop and a PSD file, and then maybe support like Krita or whatever that's called, and then just be like, okay, so if you open it up in this and you change these things and it looks right in here, it should apply okay in this system. Like that might be the way to go. That way I can just avoid all of the work of having to create an interface where they can properly so the scaling would be in that template, not in some crazy interface that I would need to create. Because if somebody's gonna customize this anyways, an artist has to make something, and they're gonna be in Photoshop or something like that. So, okay.
Definitely. If you like, I don't think the file size matters anyway in this because it will be small anyway, so that so you can go with sprite animation, or you can go with those skeletons and.
Well, yeah. The other nice thing about this is because once it's all in there, now you can slider scale how big you want the thing to appear in the first place, and then if you're doing like the mipmat stuff, should, depending on how large, like Godot I should be able to set it up where it'll have like a small, medium, large resolution version of the image, depending on what scale the person chose to have the avatars at, and choose the most efficient like texture to use depending on the size. So I like this idea. It's just this is totally unexpected, but I haven't been thinking at all about, okay, I actually need to make some custom thing for this that's not me stealing NES sprites. So but once I started thinking about it, I'm like, oh crap. But this, I mean, the thing that's really appealing to me about this is it does break the idea of like it would be that I would need to make a ton of potential animations, because like if I were to pursue this idea of doing a scripting thing so that people could create their own games, I can't, there's no way in hell can I set up something where it's like, oh, here's how you make your own custom animations. It's like, no, I can't do that. So, I mean, I could, but
I mean, I mean, there are two ways, or two things. Right. One thing is that if you set it up, you can point people to Godot and tell them, hey, you can make it there. Here's a tutorial.
And then,
and just save the resource, and then you can load it, which I don't think is ideal. But I think the biggest advantage of the sprite animations is that people can make any animation they want. So if they want to create animation with like small particles around the character or something, or make it like super sane, that's popular and such, then every artist will be able to make it very easily if they are artists, and edit in, because they just need to make sprites, and you just give them, hey, for run you need like 2 sprites, for jump you will have 1 sprite or 3 sprite or something, and they can make it there. While with skeleton animation, you have to make everything. You have to prepare it in advance, or just create some system how to make these animations, the skeleton animations work for, or like creation of the skeleton animations work for these artists, right? For them, because you will make a couple animations, but with sprite sheets, they can make any animation they want, right? But with skeletons, you are the one making these animations, because let's be honest, how many of these people will be able to use these animations, especially in Godot? Although Godot has support for, I think, spine, right? And for some other skeleton animation programs. So that's what some artists definitely will be familiar with, because these are used a lot in 2D animations with skeletons. So that it depends on you, how you want to make it.
Right.
But if you give, I think the sprite animations will be the simplest for you, and you can market it like that. You are giving people option to create anything they want.
Yeah, I mean,
any animation.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, for me, there's the benefit of like, oh, I want to have different hats or clothing or gear or something like that, and to have them hold something that becomes really easy, and it still would be, you still could do like particles, if they want to do animated particles where it's just a one shot, then something like that would be possible as well. We cheat, and it's not really particle animation. It's it's just like an explosion effect or whatever that they paid someone to make them, or they downloaded somewhere or something like that. But I do think that this is something that would make it completely different from stream avatars, and not just another one of those. The difficulty of doing the sprite animation stuff too is the length of the animations may vary depending on what they do. And so if you're programming a game based around how an animation looks from one sprite sheet, and then in another sprite sheet that animation is 7 beats instead of 2, based on the timing of all the other animations or whatever, then everything is kind of off. And now suddenly you have to have tools that the person kind of adjusts them to look right on a, like, if we were to say on a per game basis or something like that. So you've correctly identified the thing that I as well think is you take away control over the animation, but maybe what you hopefully what you would give them is a much more it's more templated system for popping out unique looking things that would be but I guess my other concern is with the sprite stuff, you can really create some really unique stuff. But I guess with bones you could still do that. You could make something that looks super chunky. I guess the scaling, I guess that's the main thing, is the scaling, and I don't want to create a times 10 problem with animating. We need I would want to animate everything once, like I wouldn't want to have like, well, yeah. So that's, I guess I'll need to experiment with it. Yeah.
Well, another I think advantage for spine or like skeleton animation in general is that it's easier to make higher definition animations for that.
Right.
Because with sprite you usually have pixel art, right?
Exactly.
But with skeletons you can create one character which has nice quality,
Right.
and you just need to cut out the pieces, and they will be moved. So I think that's one of the things I like about skeleton animations, because they kind of like pixel art is everywhere kind of, while these nicer or like higher fidelity art isn't that common, right? So that's one advantage which that one gives. On the other hand, I think you would have to try making like one simple animation and just try scaling it. Does it work? Does it not work?
Yeah.
And how it works with what it's called, with that weight painting or something like that. They have it in their tutorial. Like if that can be made, I'm not 100% sure they have automatic solution for that. I'm actually just trying to put together a skeleton tutorial right now over here on my side, because I'm really curious. Yeah, I'm curious. I know I used it, but I can't remember how the bloody hell this thing worked. And I need to switch things around.
Yeah, I would definitely almost on a, except for the chest area and all that, I would almost like the arm and the forearm. I would separate all those, as in the artist would need to provide separate. Those would all be completely separate and not stretching the. Not connected by some sort of like the mesh, right? Because I think that's a better way to go. Although it creates the same look for everything, my concern is that everything would look, because you go into a stream avatars person who's using that and you can just tell. And a lot of that's just the roaming behaviors and stuff like that. But yeah, the sprite thing really does. I feel like it really limits to a very specific audience of people who's going to be kind of embracing it. And because you could do really weird, you get rid of the pixel art side of things and you can have like super detailed, you could almost do a picture of somebody and like have a real looking person walking around there, which would look really weird. But I feel like the style of art can get really wide that way too, where when we're stuck in pixel land, it's very limited. You could still do a pixel style look with this, but every time something rotated, it wouldn't look that way. Although I could have the option of like a shader thing, where you apply the sprite shader and it specifically just mosaics everything to, to look like pixel art if somebody really wants that. But yeah, I personally, like in my projects and the things I want to make, I definitely don't want to go with the sprite thing, because I feel like, one, to make it look good is really hard. I guess all art is hard, but I feel like sprite, I don't know, my eye would be so critical about sprite work that I think it would be debilitating for me personally. But I really like Legends, Rayman Legends, and the skeletons and the animation work that they've done in that. There's a lot of stretching that they do and so on as well. And I'm curious if we can do that as well, to do some like Looney Tunes-esque. Can you stretch the bones and whatnot when you're doing animations? Is that a thing, or are those, they call them bones for a reason?
Well, I think I don't know in 2D, but in 3D, I'm pretty sure that when you stretch it, it breaks the animation.
Really?
The scale gets off. Yeah, once you do it, things start, like you can do it, but then you need to With bones, you have a problem that when you have a different scale, you usually have to apply that scale. For example, in Blender, to make sure that it's like normalized. Otherwise, it's going to starts going to sideways. And when you then use when you move it to different program, like to Godot, for example, while it's not properly rescale, then Godot will import it with its own rules, and suddenly you can have a character which has its head all the way across your game world and things like that. That's pretty common problem with,
I see. Okay.
which happens very, very, very often, and a lot of people open issues about it. But this typically is some like wrong animation imports and things like that. So you can scale them like inside that skeleton, something like that, before you add animation keyframes to it, because animation still works with keyframes. So if you have a position somewhere and you suddenly have a different scale on the bone, it's going to work differently.
Right.
But I'm not. But I think you could But I think you could probably just. I'm not sure. Maybe you could just either you could scale the entire skeleton, or you could just create a larger skeleton and use that retargeting. In Godot, it's called the animation library. Because that it doesn't matter how big the skeleton is, as long as they are similar, the animation player will assign the animations correctly. And even if you scale them or something like that somewhere else, it's basically like it's relative. Okay, it's not. It doesn't work in absolute terms. It works in relatives. So something doesn't move 20 pixels aside, but it moves like 2%, or it rotates around the center by some degree, and that degree that will always be the same. It doesn't matter what scale you have. So that's why retargeting can work.
Okay.
But yeah, then again, I would have to check. I'm looking for that tutorial. So you have that for skeleton 2D in Godot. I want to. Oh, okay. I just found it. I want to give it a try on my side. Let's check. Does it say anything about scale? No, it doesn't. Cut out animation to gain a general some animation within Godot.
Yeah, because the thing that's really unique about the Rayman animation is they do use a bone system, but there is some kind of warping that they can also add to the animation steps where they'll stretch the. And see, that's what I don't think they're stretching the bone. I think they're stretching the mesh, because there's like a warping look to a lot of the animations. I'm looking right now. There's a behind the scenes somebody had captured of them explaining their animation system. So I might also put this on and watch this. But yeah, here it is. Huh. Interesting.
Well, well, you can rotate something. I can see here on Godot's page. So you might be able to stretch it as well. There was this pivot rotation.
Yeah, like I can see on this guy's face in this video I'm watching that there's some of my, like, yeah, there's some. Although maybe it's as simple. I mean, you could also fake the stretching effect by specifically setting up your bones in a very particular way where they're kind of secret bones and the default is like an unstretched state, and then you bring that bone out and it's all connected to the same mesh, and now you're stretching the mesh. So maybe that's how they're doing it.
Yeah, I think the best way would be to just give it a test, on your side.
Yeah.
Just go through the tutorial. It will take you a couple minutes probably. You can test everything you have there, right?
Right.
Trying to set it up here, but my cats are biting my cable, so I need to. I have to. Yeah, you laugh, but I lost already my mouse and a keyboard and a couple others.
Oh
it's
yeah,
no fun.
no. I've already lost some
This-
USB cables from Calvin. He
the dog is enjoying your cables as well.
Yeah. he chewed up an entire power line, like a power strip, a super long cable for outdoors. It wasn't plugged in. If it was plugged in, he would have stopped, hopefully. But yeah, he destroyed it. I was kind of crushed. Interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the only way to know for sure is to mess around with it. And I think what I'll do is I'm going to save that to do that on after Sunday when I lock everything in.
Yeah, if you are doing 3D, I could help you out better with that. In 2D, I'm kind of with skeletons 2D. I don't really have that much experience in it,
Right.
unfortunately.
I almost considered doing 3D with sprites so that it would be isometric, so that there could be different, like really truly different heights and things further away and closer, and then you could do things with like blurring some, like the active chatters. If there was a lot of avatars, then the active, but there's no reason you can't do it in strictly in 2D as well. But I felt like mentally doing it, really doing it in 3D would I don't know. But anyways, all right, you've given me some stuff to chew on, so I appreciate the.
Well, at least I can tell you that the animation player issues are not really, I think, that big for most cases. And skeleton issues don't seem to be that dramatic as well.
Right.
Especially if you won't be using the IK solution, the fabric, then I don't think you'll have that much issues. As long as you like animate it manually, I don't think you'll have any issues for most part. And if you decide to use IK, it has certain issues, but they are like limited only to some particular cases.
Okay.
Yeah. I would try more, but it's 11 o'clock over here.
No.
I spent 3 weeks trying to fix that crap in volumetric fog.
Oh my god.
Until I hit that new issue today.
Jeez. You deserve a medal.
Oh, you know what? I had that issue in front of me. I ignored it, and it kept taunting me. Right.
Right.
I was just like, do I need a volumetric fog? And I looked, or like fog in general. I looked at it, at my scene in Godot. I was like, there's no fucking way. I'm not having a fog inside, like at least environmental fog, something, because it gives you those good rays.
Right.
Automatic, like, it hides ugly shadow transitions, loading assets in the background and so on. All of that is in the fog. So you have two options, fog or volumetric fog. But fog in Godot 3, you could set a distance where the fog wasn't. So you set it around your player, farther away from your player, like a ring or a sphere. But they, for some reason, removed it in Godot 4. So again, in Godot 4, when you turn on fog, you just have fog everywhere. It's just on your screen. So the only option to have a distance fog, you have to use the volumetric fog and use a fog volume with negative value to subtract the fog from around the player, which means I need that stupid volumetric fog. And now I found an issue in volumetric fog in the on the fog volume, but it's pretty specific to a certain scenario. You have to have very low angle for the light and such, like 1 degree or something like that. And spotlights at that angle are kind of broken anyway.
Right.
Or at least with if you like increase the energy in such really high degree. So I'm just not going to use it. And the flashlight will have a decent cone in my game. So I don't need to worry about it probably too much. I need to do some more tests tomorrow. But tomorrow I want to create the PR branch and try to send it to GitHub. Hopefully it will go through. And I will have first code contribution maybe.
Well, I hope it gets approved. Because that's doubly. I mean, it means that at least through the peer review process, everyone liked what they saw, and to them it fixes a problem. And do you know how many people are following that particular bug?
Well, I know there's at least 3 people or 4 people, 3 people. There's the person who reported it. Then there was obviously me. And then there's Kalino, or I don't know how to pronounce that. He's also there. But it affects, it affects pretty much any game which uses volumetric fog.
Right.
Because if you let it go, it happens with any light. And if I'll show you the thing which I was doing. GitHub fog tracker. Like the volumetric fog has like 15 issues, okay? So this was just one of them. But this one was the most unstable one as far as I'm concerned. I said it in the chat. I put the link in the chat. And when you scroll down to check the VIKSL command, that's from me at the bottom, then when you leave your game open for like 15-30 minutes, something like that, your entire screen will get covered like this. Yeah, you just scrolled over it, past it. It's Vixel, VIKSL. It's like first command, which I have above. It has screenshot, 2 screenshots. Yeah, one is like completely white.
Right.
Or almost white. And that will happen to any game which uses volumetric fog. Right. Which is pretty much almost every game is going to use volumetric fog. The problem is that it doesn't happen immediately in a lot of cases. That it will happen like over a span of like 30 minutes, 20 minutes. Yeah, I found some other issues in the video. I'm not going to fix those. Well, actually, right. I think I'm fixing those too. So in this report, there are currently 3 or 4 issues reported in this one issue, because all of these were separate, kinda showed up. They showed like the same problem, but it came from different directions. So the PR should fix all of them. At least it fixes it on my side. But as you can see, this is not exactly playable in the video. Right? You can have this in video game.
No, yeah.
And it doesn't matter how dense your fog is, which lights you use, how much energy they have. It doesn't matter. So as long as you use it. So that I think is the biggest issue with volumetric fog. The other ones are annoying. And with the exception of one where the lights kind of flicker in the fog, which I don't like, but I'm not going to fix because that one is pretty complicated.
Hey, Pooh, how's it going?
That someone else has to fix that one.
Right.
So I think volumetric fog will be usable if they approve the PR or if they fix it in some other way. Because this is the only one which breaks it completely. Right. So you either use... if you know Jotson on Twitch,
yeah,
he also had in his latest game he also used fog, but decided to turn it off because of the issue.
Right.
So for example, for his game, it will fix it.
Yeah, Justin's he's hung out in the chat a couple times. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure he even raided you at some point.
Yeah, there's so many people making games and stuff. I don't know everybody, and I didn't know who he was or anything like that. So, but Yeah, it's
Yeah, but you two don't really meet like time wise that much,
right.
or didn't use because I think he's in a different time zone than you in US, or at least streams at different time of the day. So he streams like I don't know, like earlier or later, I don't know. But I know that he streams, and when he goes off, you go on.
That's funny. There's total happenstance. It's when my daughter's class is over that I hop on and start streaming. Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me about this, and I think I'm going to
No
go
problem.
for it. I think I'm going to go for it. It'll be fun. It's something that I need to understand anyways, because I'm probably going to use this system for the tactics game.
Well done.
Yeah, if I end up using anything that isn't just straight up, keyframed, really simple sprite stuff. But anyways, thank you so much for helping me out and talking about this stuff. And
No problem. I haven't done anything actually. So.
No, you totally have. I mean, you're helping me. You're building up my confidence so that this is something I can try. And I mean, you give me some interesting things to think about with pro cons. I do think though, for regular Joes that maybe can't afford an artist, or I think just getting away from the sprite thing and doing something different is another selling point. I don't think it can hurt, because I either embrace Stream Avatar's system of animation to try and bring in as many people as possible, or I break out of that. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well not even go in the sprite route and go in this totally different direction, and make something that looks totally different and, is exciting, so that somebody who already has Stream Avatars, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But I'm not trying to compete with them directly. I think there's room for a lot of streaming games, and I don't think I guess I get. It's just the thing is like people aren't going to want to pay for onesie twosies on something like this, So
yeah. Well, you could also make it compatible with what is the new streaming? What is it? Kick? Is it Kick called?
Oh, is that
the other one?
Yeah. Okay.
That one's pretty big as well, isn't it? They are like the main competitors right now, and they are pulling a lot of money behind it. Like they took over some of the Twitch's famous streamers, like that girl. What is she called? Amorant, something like that.
Oh, okay.
She was like one of the top. What was she doing? Like she's like that model kind of streamer or something like that.
Yeah.
And some players and such, and they are like they are putting in like millions of dollars, hundreds of millions, something like that.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there is some opportunity over there. Like,
and that's the beauty of
how many Twitch Twitch games and such are currently also compatible with Kick and such.
Right. Well, and the other thing too is like the beauty of this is so long as ! Whatever works as a command, then all I really need to be able to do is connect to the chat and listen for those messages,
Yeah.
So yeah. All right. Well, I'll hang up with you so I can get back to work, but thank you so much for taking the time to talk
no
to me.
problem. Yeah,
right.
have a nice day.
Yeah, you too.
I'll be in chat.
Yeah. All right. See ya. The call went happy face with Sparkles. All right. That was Nickname Generator. He's in the chat. Shout out. Let's do a shout out. Don't. Nick. Yeah, I'm going to be looking into it, but that's starting Monday of next week. So we're going to go down the skeleton route. We already have the verb concept. I think this will translate over to it well, because we'll know the timing of animations. And like you said, everything is stretched by percentages and by degrees or radians. And so because of that, I think a lot of stuff is going to come free with that. That'll be handy. But also because we can scale the time of the animation cleanly. Whereas with sprite work, if we wanted to give people who are making games with this control over how long the animation took, the frames might start jerking because there's only 3 of them, right? But with this, we should be able to scale time, and the animation will play slower and smoothly. All right. Let me see what I miss. I like Nickname's voice. It's soothing. It is. Soothing. You're the first to think that. You have my admiration for eternity. Oh, man. Okay. So this is the stuff I'm not keen on, though, is if you do bones between... And the other thing I don't know is, can we... It doesn't matter, but... Yeah, I could see it as being like children's book reader. There's a little bit of a like rolling sound there too that reminds me of my my wife's grandmother. She's Italian, but radio station MC. Yeah, I have that grating voice that you instantly want to change the channel. Like, please, for the love of God, start the music. I hope I don't. I compared Nick's voice to an old lady, but I don't mean it that way. I don't mean it. I don't mean to sound, you don't sound like an old Italian lady. It's just it's the accent. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, man. All right. So we're going to ditch this for now. We're going to go over to our, so I forwarded this to my wife. Okay, we'll keep this this going as well. Yep. That's good. It's that thing where you can't stand the sound of your own voice, you know? What happened to the Kanban? Oh God, I was gonna lose my mind. I was like, where's Kanban? Now I can't unhear it. What the dog doing? One thing I do want to do, maybe Pooh can help me with this, is I do want to set up redeems that play sounds. Because, like, I want the what the dog doing sound for when Calvin's, like, doing something so I can know if you guys are watching the doggo cam. So I need to figure out how to do redeems that play sound effects. I just don't know what plugin or tool I need to make that happen. But I want a what the dog doing sound effect. What the dog doing? Okay. So these are going to move into polish. So this will be, let's make one more card set called polish. What the dog doing? And we're going to move that here. this we're going to get rid of. This one's important. Should be built into the redeem menus, right? Or not?
Channel point sound alerts or just sound alerts in general for your Twitch stream, well then look no further, because I'm going to show you the absolute easiest way possible to add them. I will be showing you the sound alerts Twitch extension. Now the way to get this is to go to your creator dashboard on twitch.tv, then scroll down to extensions, go to the search bar, type in sound alerts, press enter, go to sound alerts. Now on the right side here, there will be a button called install. Click on that and then it's going to get you to actually configure the extension itself.
Slow down, bro.
Called install. Click on that and then it's going to get you to actually configure the extension itself. So then it will bring up this little page right here. Open the sound alerts dashboard. Now click this right here. It will then log you in. And then before we actually implement enter extensions, go to the search bar, type in sound alerts, press enter, go to sound alerts. Now on the right side here, there will be a button called install. Click on that and then it's going to get you to actually configure the extension itself. So then it will bring up this little page right here. Open the sound alerts dashboard. Now click this right here. It will then log you in. And then before we actually implement the browser source or do anything else, we are then going to come over here to the settings. Now it's very important.
Slow down.
It will then log you in or open the sound alerts dashboard. Now click this right here. It will then log you in. And then before we actually implement the browser source or do anything else, we are then going to come over here to the settings.
What the dog doing?
Now it's very important to change the master volume from 100%, which is what it is when you first get it, to about 15 to maybe 20%, because if you don't, it's going to be way too loud for your viewers and it's not going to be a good time. So then once you do that, you're going to come down here. The channel points are actually disabled by default. I don't really understand why, but you're going to click enabled and then you will
I don't even see channel points.
What the dog doing?
Here we go. 100 bits. Oh, we could do subscriber only. Okay. That might be good to start setting something like that. No animation. Oh, there's channel points. You're right, not bits. Channel points. Oh, this is how do we get rid of this now? Cancel. Channel points. Add new button. Sound. Sound alerts browser source. So we got to add the browser source. Channel points will do. I worry about having it too low, but we'll see. No animation. Cooldown. We're not going to have a cooldown. If people want to spam that, they can. I don't know how to get rid of ones I've made. Default test alert. So how do we get the browser source? Dashboard. I use OBS. Drag and drop this button. And then we're going to add here browser sound alerts. All right. Next. Optionally, install the alerts extension on your Twitch channel and provide your viewers the ability to play sound effects. We've done that. If you are blah, 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 blah. Select the sound alerts extension position. Panel component. Which one do I do, guys? Panel. Choose a slot to activate sound alerts. I don't know. What is this? What have I done? Next. Okay, in theory, you guys should be able to play these on my... Okay. Let's go to the channel. There's Discord. I don't see sound alerts, but is there a redeem thing in here? Cheer. You cannot cheer your own channel. Chirps. Get started. What the dog doing? Redeem.
What the dog doing?
There we go. Okay, so now I need to turn off the points redeem, and now we can switch things over. We can have the sounds for other redeems. I'm gonna get rid of the IRICQ notification. I wonder if I could give you access to this, Pooh. Events. Always enabled. How do we delete the event? Save. All right, so now we have what the dog doing. What the dog doing? All right. Let's double check it again.
What the dog doing?
Perfect. And then sound alerts is being too verbose in chat. Let's get rid of that. How do we have the bot not be so bot like? Send sound alert status message in your chat, such as a reminder that your browser source is not activated while you're streaming. Chat notifications for your alerts. Allow anonymous bits. Overlapping alerts. We're going to do overlapping alerts. Managers. Twitch name, Poostack. Select a role, editor. Editors can update all alert types. I'm going to try that. Oh, you have to register on... You have to sign into sound alerts. Okay, enable leaderboard. Chat notification. How do we get it to not say that it's sent my alerts? Maybe in this. What the dog doing? Cooldown. Zero seconds. Error unknown. So it has to have a cooldown. Uncheck it. I don't understand. Sound button settings. Cooldown. No animation. Okay, there we go. What is this about? It's like a global. Writes a message in your chat. I'm going to get rid of that. I guess we could keep it and I could get rid of it, the chat notification thing.
What the dog doing?
Okay. There we go. All right. Back to work. I've managed to waste some of your time. It's true. Let me do one more thing here. can't remember. So it's stream alerts. Is that? I've already lost the page. We're going to get rid of the chat message. We don't want a dirty chat. Okay. Can we do 0? No. Can we do floats? No. Is it too loud, or is it just loud enough? I'm going to do it again.
What the dog doing?
That's pretty loud. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So it sent it as a request for you. Did it play? I don't know if it played for Pooh. $5 to 10%. So we'll do 50% and then we'll just on a per sound basis adjust it. What's it called? Sound alerts? Yeah. What's the dog doing? I should be able to add you as a controller over this. So what we could do is set up like a sound that you can change to whatever you want. Like maybe we'll have what the dog doing static, but then I can have like the Pooh, the mod sounds, and you can just, whatever you want to do, just change them to whatever, whenever, just for fun. Channel points. Alert settings. Here we go. We'll bring it down 90. We'll do 80. 80%. Oh, it's right here. Cool. What the dog doing? But first you need to join, you need to go to them because it said I couldn't add you yet because you didn't have an account or something, Pooh. So you got to go to the, I'll send you the link here, soundalerts.com. Mariano, how's it going? Yeah, we're winning. We're chugging along. Are you streaming tonight? I always miss you, dude. Yeah, in my stream, and then 15 minutes later, it's like, Mariano's streaming, and I'm like, ah! All right. I just burped into everyone's ears. Sorry about that. It's my iced coffee. Done. All right, let's try now. What the dog doing? Let's see Paul Allen's soundboard. It's always dinner time. Settings, managers, editor, poo stuck. Add. Hey! Okay. So you have access. And now if we... I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means for you. Poo. Let me know what you have access to, because I don't even know what you get. It's always dinner time. Calvin 2023. The Book of Cal. He looks really sweet right now. I don't know if I can get the camera pointed at him. Let me see if I can. I'm doing good. How are you doing? See all the chewed up stuff he's got on the ground? I try cleaning it up. It just never happens. So now we have, you'll notice if you look at the redeems in our channel, I just now got it to edit your things there. So can you add points, or do I have to create them and then you can edit them? So if we go to our channel, you'll see a new redeem down here for your chirps, and it's what the dog doing. And you can use that as an alert to let me know the dog's up to something, or just in general, what the dog doing. So, and I'll get rid of the infinite. So I'll give you an example of what. Hell yeah, there you go. There's what the dog doing. And we'll add some more. This is fun. This is fun. It is turning. Oh God, there's a porn up one. Thanks, Pooh. Crap. We need like a Discord alert one. Is it too loud? Is it a little loud? Should I lower the sound? No. Oh yeah. It's from a YouTube clip. So that's going to be in there. Let's see Paul Allen's Twitch. All right. Remove timer from. Okay, so this is to do default blah 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 custom dir for user directory. Oh, that's right. We need to do this because we don't want to be in the Godot dirs. The Godot dir. So this is critical before release, but not something we want to do to feature lock. Dynamically float avatar windows. Okay. I like trains. Or is it turtles? I like turtles. I like turtles. And then there's that one kid at. It's always at the county fairs you get the best little kids. Well, apparently. Yeah, Charlie bit me. Man, that paid for their education and then some, didn't it? Let me see if I can find that well apparently kid. Because he's gambling on the Powerball. Shadow, how's it going? So you got 2 new sounds. Nice. Let's see what they are. We're getting a little distracted today, Shadow. Doing good within the params. I'm doing good too. So now, what's the other ones we got here? Apparently, let's see. What is this? Hydrate. What is this? What? Oh, God. That sounds like I'm going potty. But I'm not a monkey. That's like a monkey thing. It went down the wrong pipe. Which one of you is going to be responsible for killing me? Very Pavlonian. Great. Just perfect. All right. So we've got to do an invisible command, I guess, to hide the avatar. We need to get the emotes into the chat dialogue. So here's what's going on so far. The Discord, is it the fake Discord sound? Excellent. I'm hidden behind everything. There goes the ball. So this is where we're at. Everything looks the same as it's been for years now, it feels like. But we got a whole new system for everything. The animations are coming in dynamically, although we may actually change a lot of that. So I might have wasted my time with some of that. But the game's playing itself. That's also good. I almost want to start polishing right now. But I want to try and get as many... had to go move a ladder. What's up? Clips. Where are clips? What's that? What do you mean? Ah, understood. Okay, well, this is all going fine. Let's look at the debugger really quick and just check. What the dog doing? What the dog doing? Static memory. See, this is what concerns me is objects. Why are objects increasing? Our nodes are flat. That's good. See, this is that. Why did the objects just go up when that happens? Nobody knows. What does objects even mean in this situation? Are these Godot objects? Are these C# objects? All right. Well, the critical thing is game over. So let's get that going. And then a lot of these things we want to try and get done. We got a lot in front of us, but we want to try and get done a lot of these before Sunday. And then after that, we're going to work on polish, which is all this stuff here. This is all critical before we ever do a release. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this like actually look like a real game. Sunday is like I sort of feature lock, and then we'd go to polish and we work on the Steam page and that kind of stuff and try and get us towards something we can actually release and sell. That's the plan. We're not going to use sprites for animations. We're going to try and do bones. So we're going to do spines and that way we can move away from the pixel art thing and do something unique outside of that. And I think for the graphical look of everything, we're looking at something like 2D versions of your typical Animal Crossing characters. So in the wheelhouse of this kind of look, and if we do spine animations, then it should set things up so that we can have multiple uniques, and you can pick what kind of animal you are, say, and then what kind of by default we'll make a shirt texture that is your Twitch avatar, and then if you want to change it, you could. But we're gonna go for something like this. So get ready for Animal Crossing music as we put together some sort of a character design for that. We've got a book I'm going to steal from my daughter for this because I got her a book on animating or designing characters. So we'll use that for some of it. We have to also just immediately not look at Animal Crossing while we're doing this. So I shouldn't even be seeing this. But so it'll look like this, actually. Something like this. Where the lines are clean and everything, and we're very clearly 2D. But not sprites. And the benefit of this, going in this direction, is we'll be able to have set animations. And all that somebody who wants to have their own unique things for this needs to supply will be a templated system. Probably not. So Operation Make Money is in full effect in the Schultz household. She's currently working on a bagle business. She's getting a bagel business going. We got the license. We got the bank account. We got the bagels going. We got all of that stuff figured out. And so we're going to get that going here very soon. Initially, there's going to be no storefront. Oh, God. Of course, the minute I talk about anything in my personal life, bagel business. Yeah. So that's going to be like a delivery and pickup thing. So we'll be doing that like as a cottage business, and then eventually probably have like a technically, yeah, like it would be categorized as cottage. But then eventually we'll do like a little drive-through thing. Sounds like that might be a possibility. But unfortunately, the minute you have a storefront, you need to have everything produced in a commercial kitchen. And so that creates a huge barrier because you have to find a commercial kitchen you can use. It's Jim's Bagels. Jim's Bagel Company is what it's called. And Jim, my daughter's name is Gemma, but Jim State Idaho is known as the gem state. So, GEM. Yeah, gems. So, she's got a logo. Maybe I can show the logo. Yeah, with a G. Let me see if I can find it. I can't just open up my text to her because I send her dirty things. So we can't just willy-nilly just go there and look at it. So she's got this in vector art. I have to be careful how I even get to this. Homemade, yes, they are homemade bagles. And we've been working really hard on the recipe and getting it like, because there's no good bagel places here. So if we're just the best one, it follows that, or if we're the only one, you know, it follows. But if we're also really good, then it doubly follows. So this is what we got for the logo. It's clean. It's a vectorized thing, but I'm zooming in because this is like a rasterized. But she has a vector version of it. It's got a little Idaho in the little middle of the bagel. But it's nice and clean. It'll look good on a business card. And a lot of people go ham on logos, and I was insistent. I was kind of giving my input on it. I'm like, we need to be really clean and really simple. Because people get too cute. One, they get too it becomes too much of clip art. Like there's a lot of clip art logos in this area, and the other thing too is it's just too cute for its own good. And the temptation to center the logo around the bagel was very high, and I was like, we don't want the entire thing to be a bagel. Like, so this was like kind of the compromise. But originally it was going to be Jim's Bagels, but we thought that the plurality of it, the combination of inning and a double S was too much. And so then we thought of like doing company so that it was, it didn't have that like weird, the ending sound was just a little odd when it was just Jim's Bagels. So Jim's Bagel Company sounds better. I don't know. I think it rolls off the tongue a little bit better, but it reminds us of the businesses in California and the Central Coast. It's definitely that vibe. So hopefully some of the it'll work as a Manchurian activator for people that maybe are looking for bagels that aren't necessarily local. So, anyways, yeah. So, but she may. I think we might be able to find a way to get her to contribute some art. But for now, love it. Are you planning to grow a customer base? Or are you going to give out samples, do street fairs? Yeah. So long as we can figure out if we can do cottage through farmers markets and stuff like that, then we'll be at those kinds of things for sure. Unfortunately, it is those kinds of things are heavily seasonal here because we have it snows. You know, it snows over here in the winter. So. But there are like business fairs and things like that. So that'll definitely be a thing. It's just they make it really hard to sell anything that needs to be refrigerated, even in a more open to business state like this. The food safety laws still they don't want you to kill somebody. So, well, what is the deal? But yeah, we got, I don't know, the bagels are good. They're crispy on the outside. They're like soft and squishy in the middle. They're not chewy. They're good. How are you going to be? Are you going to just be bagels or are you going to include toppings? But we can't. Anything that has to be refrigerated as a cottage business, we can't. The laws prevent us from doing that. The minute we want to do something like that, we need a commercial kitchen and a storefront so that we can be inspected by the food police. La policia. the food inspectors. So it makes it hard, but it's not as bad as when we were in California. We were looking into starting up a cake business there, and it was basically impossible because of local laws on top of state laws. Right. Yeah. No, it's going to be just bagels. For now. I mean, if we do something else, we can change the name. But for now, that's what we're going to focus on. The hope is to be just the best at that one thing. That's what people... When anyone asks, right, you're the people. So we're going to find out the hard way whether or not there's an actual missing demand in the market or not. It sounds like there is, based on us mentioning it to people and also just asking. Yeah, that's something. But again, in order to do that, we have to be a commercial kitchen. So we have to do it at a commercial kitchen. So that'll be the thing that definitely we need to. Once it's like, okay, people like them, there is a demand, then we'll start looking into like, is there a kitchen we can work with that, that we can like lease a space in or something to use theirs, that kind of thing. So let's look into doing an invisible command. But I guess we need to get game over going. That's what we're going to look at. So but how's it going for you? How's the move? Did you already move, Cobalt? But anyways, the bagel thing is important for us to be able to making enough money so that we don't have to worry about other things, so that we can get back to her doing the art and all that kind of stuff. It sounds really weird, but it sounds counterintuitive, but hopefully that's what'll end up happening. You can rent it. I have a niece that runs a bakery out of her home, rents commercial kitchen space for bigger orders. Yeah. All right, Shadow. Thanks. Sorry for just talking about bagels this whole time. Getting hungry. They're good. Have a good night, Shadow. There's 2 shadows now. The shadow knows. Wait, let me double check it. The shadow. Okay, you don't. No streaming. Okay. Do you stream? Wait, hang on. I don't see any stream. I'm going to follow. It looks like you stream, and I wasn't following. Follow. That would be a little bit of an issue. Oops, and you know what? I'm following on the wrong... So you're going to get 2 followers because I followed on the wrong login. So we'll do it on the right login here. Twitch is going to think I'm like cooking the books. There we go. Oh, I was already following you. Never mind. Now I unfollowed you and refollowed you. Great. Yeah, it's my chat when I need 2 chat accounts and I can't get anyone in chat to do anything. Have a good night. Okay, so let's look at game over, which is right here. So we've got new game. So we're gonna get rid of new game. Okay, so / new game. We reset a bunch of stuff. We go through and free the avatars. We don't want to do that. We want to release them though. So what we're going to do is give back control. So we have this thing in avatars called take control. Take control of me. So we're going to get rid of that by saying give control. And all this really does is just set a private variable. That's a Boolean back to true. And we do this so that, and actually we're going to do, there's going to be like a little extra thing we do in this function here. So instead of queue free, we say player give control. So when the game is over, that happens. And really, new game is not a correct description. It really should be called clear game. So we'll rename it %s new game / clear game. Okay. So that's good. Players clear. I'm not sure what this is about. Oh, that's for the arrays. Okay. And we're clearing out those arrays. Okay, let's do that all in one spot. Shall we? And I guess we could leave a little note here. Clear arrays. And current players null, blah, 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 blah. Damn it, Mariano. I need to get rid of the notification in my chat so I don't see it, so you guys can just troll me. All right, so that's all set. And then we did a queue free at the end, so we just nuke ourselves. Clear game. So really we just need a... Okay, so we do clear game, and then we can do queue free, so that we nuke ourselves. No, there's even more we have to do. We don't do this here. Okay, there's so for game over, we're going to clear game, but then we're also going to... Do we need to clear? You know, I don't think we need to have it out in its own little function. I don't think we need this. Because I don't think we need that anymore. Because it's just going to be a new game whenever it starts. What we do need is for the scenario that the game doesn't have enough people joined. That's when we clear. But even then, we can go straight to game over and have just change the message that we send. Okay, so if we're at game over, we give control back to the avatar, so the avatar is in control of itself again. The game is not in control of the avatar. We nuke ourselves. We just get rid of the BSS game board. We're going to animate that, but for now we can just do it very rudely. And the only other thing we have to do before we do that is we have to give the player the core idle spot back to the main scene. So we have I made this I didn't think I was going to need to, but I did. We have this custom rect thing that I made where we can set the starting position and the size of the rectangle, and that's like the roam space. I was trying to use collision rect stuff just so I could draw it real easy on the in here, and it just I had to do all this offsetting because there's the core position of the parent and then the child. It was too much math, and I got so confused with it, so I just built my own thing. So we have to go back to our main roam rect. So maybe we can self-assign this. When we give control back, that's when we do that, right? So we say let's go to main. Man. And add avatar. On game. Okay, so I think we have it in the singleton. Nick, how's it going? Yeah. Thanks for the follow. That was loud. Is it rake? Hopefully I'm saying that right. How's it going? Okay, so on game we have to get avatar display name. I've disappeared and now returned in glory. Got my sleepworn ones and now waiting until it kicks in and I'll go to bed in about an hour. Nice. We should have a new redeem. Pooh's just going ham on the... Let's see. Oh, God. Nice. Yeah, just get rid of the splash. Let's just have the no... I don't know if I want a splash. Although I guess if it's me talking, that might be really confused. I don't know. That's a good one. I don't know how I feel about myself being the redeem, but that's... it works. Okay. Where are we setting? Because on the avatar we have, what's it called? Oh, it's not even a setter. It's just, okay, it is on game. Okay, that's why I can't find it. Roam space. Really should just call it like default roam space. Roam space. So just on game, we can set it the roam space. So on the avatar, so presently we're setting roam space here for game to roam rect, which is this scenes. Okay. Every avatar is a child of main. So each player we give control, and before we do that, we need to set the roam space. Player dot. And if we're gonna do that, might as well do it in the give control. So it would happen here, like I was thinking. No, we could just get the parent. It is a I mean, we could put the roam rect inside of avatars, and then it would be a sibling. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Although we could also just set up because I know in BSS we do, let's see, we do like roam space. Right. Game. We set the global roam space. So if we somehow All right, I think I got it. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back, and we'll get this going pretty quick. I've actually downloaded Audacity, recorded it from a clip, made it into a sound. If I have time, I'll try to find some more funny ones in the clips. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be stuff that naturally happens as well. There was the bagel incident. I haven't clipped that yet, but I have it almost ready. When Cal ate the bagel, or the bagels, that was heartbreaking. I almost started crying. I was so sad. Ah, la bleu. Yeah, we got to have that. I wonder if there's a way to tie the sounds to the emotes. So when people throw the emotes up, the sound plays too. All right, I'll be right back. There's nothing up there to steal and eat, okay? There's nothing up there to steal and eat. Here you go. Go here. Don't eat me! Please, Calvin, no! No! Oh, God! everything's going good. The dog is definitely a puppy. He's you know, he'll like. There's a lot of stuff that he's really getting good at. But there's a few things that we need to really work on with him. One of them being that he's pretty mouthy, and I tend to be able to control that way better than everyone else. So we need to really work on that with him, because he's too old to be doing that. So he needs to stop doing that. So, we've got a collar for him. We've got a tag for him. We do need to get him registered. And the house stuff is going on. It's, you know, I'm not trying to think about it too much right now at the tail end of summer. But as we head into fall and winter, then I'll start chipping away at those kinds of projects and stuff for it. But other than that, everything's going okay. Yeah. What about you? How's things in the poo world? Okay. So now we're assigning a default roam space, and then when the game is over, we're giving that to the game singleton, which really should be called starting roam space. And why are we using the word space when it should be rect? You know what? Let's take that out of game. We got to have a place where there's a lot of static stuff. So public. Hey. We're not going to eat the couch. Cal. Man, he's such a puppy. All right. I guess we'll see what happens here. We'll let a game play and see what happens when it's over. Everyone should just kind of go back to work, although we might need to kick off. Hang on a second. There's one more thing we need to do on the avatar side, which is we need to set states idle. So we reactivate the the avatar in its own control. Okay, so 5-minute break, clean your room. Did I miss that? Oh my god. Okay, it's a good time to do that. It is a good time to do that, so we'll do that. I got lots to do. Got a lot of boxes to go through. Perfect timing. So let me get the mic going. What the dog doing? All right, let's see. I'm really excited by the the redeem stuff. I don't think the room cleaning stuff is a waste of time. I appreciate the sentiment, though. But it is a lot of time. I think it would be far less if I made it even longer. Does it still say 5 minutes, by the way, the redeem? Yeah. Right. I should have just left the camera alone. I don't know why I was futzing with it. Hey, handsome. What are you doing? Why are you being so sweet right now? You just want some pets. You would just want some pets, huh? Do you want to go out? Do you need to go potty? You want to go out? Okay, we're going to go out the front, not the back. All right, let's go. Good boy. Thanks for asking. God, he made such a mess. I got to throw out the No idea what's going to happen with
Here we go. I think the commands are going to keep playing for the spoofer. No, they won't. So I don't even know why I bother putting any of this stuff in the trash can because back out again until I empty it. My booty. Get rid of the doggo cam. What the dog doing? Put this down here for now. And the boxes. Because that. Up.
These are ones to go around through. So these. This bad boy. A Sony Mini, the mini PlayStation thing, which is fun to mod. I was thinking about starting to play some for fun at some point. Sure. This is a lovely coaster. And then there's just a ton of paperwork in here. Something for my wife. Wife again, my wife. Her stuff is in this one. I think a wife. What? Ooh. Good. Gemma. This is going to go in Gemma's. What do they call it? Looking paper. Stationery. Gemma stationery. Check. What's this? Plastic. Dollar. Trash. Oh, the rain guard. Oh my God. Okay. Stuff. Inventory. Team. What do we got? A Genesis poster. What is it? Jurassic Park. Game Gear thing. Welcome to the next level, it says. Ah, the 90s. cool thing. Let's see if I can find the pictures. Of course, it's like, have a nerd wedding like these nerds, you geek. You nerd. There's Miss Cricket in there. And then some bridesmaids. And there, look in the center there. Does... Huh? What else we got? Do you... And then... it's geek. What else we got? And then here's... more pictures. I actually was a pretty portly guy when we got married. I'm since not quite as portly. You're going bananas. All right, hang on. Is that better? It might be the battery might need to get replaced. Like saying. Dude, we'll give this to my daughter. She can put a picture in it. Speak. For the summertime still. Four. These are for the windows. And Happy Valentine's Day. Nikki's diapers. We can get rid of that. Mademoiselle. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? France. Jordan. Oh, she's been cheating on me. With a foreign exchange student in high school. Okay. That's the alarm. Some sort of... So for now, we're going to kind of a little messy to make things cleaner. Because we need to know and which ones we haven't. Back to better sounding mic. The probably need new batteries on the mic. I'll do that tonight. All right, so it looks like it works. The game just ends. I suppose we could try and play a game. Hmm. That could be better. All right, should we get music going? I'm probably gonna have to leave soon. Because my network is failing right now. Not sure what's going on. Oh, God. Crap. All right, I think it's a good time to raid out because I'm losing network. I don't know why. Let's see who we got. Looks like we're fine now. Okay, we're fine. I don't know. If you got a choice, let me know. It looks like everything's back to normal. So we're going to say doing game over is done. And we're going to just keep... Ah, God, yeah, we need to raid. We got to raid. Got any choices, Deb? Practical? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We'll do practical. All right, guys. Much love to everybody out there. Sorry if the video is choppy right now. We are losing network. I'm not sure why. We have to go through 100 commercials in order to be able to say hi to Practical. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you're doing good. Pooh Stack, it's always nice seeing you. Devereaux. Nickname Generator. Cobalt Games. Mariano. Who else was in here? We're going to lose. And I think that was it today in the chat. And then we got the fun little dorky sound alerts. So until next time, see you around. Bye.